A special presentation from the KTVB Newsroom. Bronco Roundup Game Day starts now.
Welcome back to Notre Dame football on a sizzling Saturday at Notre Dame Stadium. Snap it to Love on the Wildcat. He's trying to get there. He's stopped by Boise State. C.J. Parr looks right, goes left, up top for the end zone. Touchdown. Third and goal. Perez, the fake he's got. That's just going to walk it in. Maddox Madsen ties it up for Boise State. Zone to Fields, and there's his touchdown. Here from Madsen, who looks downfield, and that pass is picked off. Leonard Moore was right there. And Jabari Price is still on his feet. Still going. One guy to beat, and he takes it out. Touchdown, Notre Dame. Interception, another turnover for Boise State.
Sloppy day for Boise State, but they're gritty, they're tough. They hung in there as long as they could. Just too much Notre Dame fighting Irish in all three phases.
With the eyes of the country on them before a crowd of 80,000 people, Boise State could not hold on to knock off Notre Dame, getting upended in South Bend. But they return home here on the blue as they turn their focus to their Mountain West foe, the New Mexico Lobos. Thanks for joining us here live from the blue. Jordan Smith, Austin Parr alongside me. Fresh off that Notre Dame loss, there was a lot for Boise State to clean up, and really it started with the penalties.
The penalties were a big one. Obviously, hey, if they're going to want to make the college football playoff, they're going to need a lot of help, especially after that loss to Notre Dame. There's plenty of teams in the American Conference that just have such better resumes, and a lot of them too, and they're going to need big-time help, and it starts tonight against New Mexico. We talked about the penalties. They racked up 112 yards. Reminiscent, the game last week kind of brought back those memories of South Florida. A tough game out there in South Bend, but the penalties were the biggest problem for Boise State. It's something that they've talked about all season long. The question is how are they going to clean it up? 112 yards in penalties. They simply piled up at Notre Dame, and they were a big-time problem.
Every single penalty we look at to see why did it happen, and then what are we teaching? What are we teaching? Are we missing some? Because what we control as coaches, this isn't mythological, right? We control our meetings and our practice. That's what we have with our players. So if there's an issue, tackling gets brought up, penalties get brought up, we have to find a way, Prater, in meetings and practice to get it fixed. False starts. What are we missing? Are we not teaching something the right way? Are we not drilling it the right way in practice? Or is it a performance anxiety? Then we got to turn the heat up more in practice so when I get in the game, I'm not acting out of character.
Danielson says, hey, it's all about accountability. It is about accountability, and this week the flags have to be fixed if they're going to want to three-peat in the Mountain West. When you have a total offense that has more than 315 yards, you can't have penalties that keep shooting you in the foot. You get rid of those chunk plays on first and second down. You're in third and long. It's trouble for the offense. It's trouble for Maddox Madsen, and it's trouble for the rushing attack, which really struggled against Notre Dame out in South Bend.
When you mentioned it, when you're playing behind the sticks for the majority of your drives, it forces the offense into uncomfortable situations where you have to throw the ball, where it put Maddox Madsen under a lot of duress and made him make a lot of decisions against a very good front seven in the Notre Dame Fighting Irish. Madsen caught a lot of flack, and rightfully so. There was a lot of mistakes made by number 4 in white against Notre Dame. But you mentioned it, penalties put him behind the sticks. Defense wiped out the run game, holding the Broncos to just 100 yards on the ground, and Madsen under pressure a majority of the game. That being said, we did see him leave the pocket when he didn't necessarily need to. We saw some happy feet, some missed reads, especially on a crucial 4th down, and there was times where he just needed to throw the ball away and he forced a play instead. But Coach Danielson, he made it very clear, Maddox Madsen is their guy, and he'd take him over anyone in the country.
Playing quarterback at Boise State, we put a lot on Maddox, and he absolutely can handle it, like I said, and I will not ever go away from how I felt at the end of the game. I feel the same, even watch the film. Maddox Madsen is our quarterback, and I wouldn't want to have any other quarterback in the country than him, period, end of story. But there are moments in the game where the protection was there, and he left the pocket too early. Absolutely there was. There was some times, though, that the reason why that happened is because a play affected how he felt previously. That's a big thing for me with Maddox, is don't let one play affect the next.
And the Broncos have to make sure that they don't let one game affect the next. And they seem to have that very good mindset, 1-0 mentality every week, and they're turning their attention to New Mexico. A big piece of last week's game, they didn't have Matt Lauder, Maddox's favorite tight end.
The biggest thing for Maddox, too, you talked about how he needed to get rid of the ball sometimes instead, maybe throwing it away instead of throwing 4 interceptions. Well, a guy that helps that is Matt Lauder. He is your safety blanket, essentially, as a quarterback, a big-bodied tight end. The biggest thing we always say, tight ends are always open,
tight
baby.
ends
They're
are
always open. Matt Lauder is back tonight. I expect him to have a big-time performance. He is a big part of this offense, and it's big for the Broncos to get him back at home on the blue tonight.
And he loves being a part of the nitty-gritty. He's not just a guy that's great to find down the field. He's a guy that's willing to just put his head down, make a block, and open up that run game. That is the DNA of Boise State football. It's going to be awesome to have him back. And we'll check in on the field here. You see the Broncos warming up, all of them in those hoodies. It's a little bit cooler here on the blue tonight.
It's about time.
I know. Seems like the last home game we were frying in our suits. I'm glad we've got the layers tonight.
It's nice to have a coat on that actually feels like you need the coat, right? It's
Right.
a little bit more chilly. We don't have to have the sunscreen. We're not getting fried like we were in Notre Dame.
Right.
We're not going to end up with sunburns.
If it could just stay like this, I feel like all of football season, I'd be one happy guy. But
this is what they say as you start to get into fall and you approach winter. This is football weather.
Absolutely.
We're getting there. We're approaching to it.
7:45 kickoff, bumped back to 8 o'clock. We just learned before this pregame show here. A late one for the Broncos taking on New Mexico. And man, these guys have had a lot of great games against each other throughout the years. A lot of high-scoring games, but this is a new New Mexico team. They've got Coach Eck out on the sideline, and that guy has turned around pretty much every program he's been with.
We know what he did at Idaho, but you go back to South Dakota State too, one of the perennial powerhouses in the FCS. You're talking about a team that won multiple FCS national championships. Guess who was calling the plays? That's Jason Eck as the offensive coordinator. He took Idaho, University of Idaho, to what it was today as being a new powerhouse in the Big Sky Conference. And you saw what he did against UCLA, one of the biggest wins this program has ever seen.
Yeah, and this offense, I mean, he's an offensive mind and somebody who coaches everywhere call him brilliant, and it shows. The Lobos are averaging 30 points per game this season. You saw what he was doing against UCLA in the Rose Bowl, and they've got trick plays that have befuddled Austin and myself watching film, getting ready for this game. The part of the identity of this Lobos team and their offense specifically is structured around the success that Boise State has had, that Coach Eck has been taking notes on throughout the years.
I've admired their program for a long time. I mean, in 1997, when I was a player at Wisconsin, they came out and almost beat us in Madison. And at that time, I don't think we knew anything about Boise State. We'd never heard of them. We probably didn't even know what state Boise was in 1997. They're like the gold standard in Group of 5 football and trying to do more and less. And really, to me, I mean, I think that's kind of like a model of what I want to try to build our program into. And I thought part of the thing that made this job attractive is I knew we'd only have to play them once. They're leaving because they've been such the standard in our league. And then, them moving out, that kind of opens up the spot. Who can be the perennial power in this league going forward?
So we're going New Mexico's resume.
Well, and Coach Eck, we were just chatting, and he's been wanting to play Boise State for a while. This was a game he tried to get scheduled while he was coaching at Idaho. He said, why not? Why not give us a crack at you guys? Well, he got his wish tonight. He's going to have his one and potential only shot before the Broncos depart for the Pac-12.
Be careful what you wish for. If you didn't catch the morning show, we found a press conference way back when Jason Eck was the head coach of Idaho's talking about how if they're going to go play a Mountain West school and Boise State is going to go play a Big Sky school, why not play each other and keep it in state?
Right.
Well, check this out. Check out what he said.
Yeah, we would love to play. Yeah, we would love to play them. I think we had it worked out where we could have moved some things around and played them this year for that game, but they didn't want to play us for whatever reason. But I do think if they're playing a Big Sky school and we're playing a Mountain West school like we have the last 2 years, it would be great to play each other.
Well, and you mentioned it. Careful what you wish for. As we're walking over to the set here, we saw Coach Eck on the sideline chatting up the refs, trying to get on their good side a little bit before kickoff. Very likable guy, but it's so easy to see as we watched him at Idaho why his players bought into what he was saying and why he was having so much success. He's a very vibrant, contagious personality, and he's a very smart offensive mind.
He is a player's coach. This is what you think about a lot of different coaches, right? You talk about the Lions head coach as a player's coach as well. The players really buy in to what they're selling right from the beginning. Dan Campbell talked about biting off somebody's leg in his opening press conference, and everybody thought he was crazy, and look what the Lions are doing now. Jason Eck is here, and the Eck effect is real. New Mexico, I don't know if you realize this, did not have relatively any fans inside of their stadium about 4 years ago. They sold out their stadium 2 weeks ago against New Mexico State. That is what you call the Eck effect coming to New Mexico. And they've got a chance to put a big-time resume a big-time win on the resume as if they already haven't, beating UCLA earlier this year.
Right, and we talked about it, going to Ann Arbor to take on Michigan and putting a scare to them, then going to the Rose Bowl, then coming to the Blue. I mean, this is a game his team is prepared for. They played in big venues. They played before loud crowds. They've taken their hits, and this is a team that's well-traveled. A lot of these players used to playing under Eck. We don't realize that majority of their starters came from Idaho, and that's where Jack Lane came from, the guy slinging the rock tonight under center for the Lobos. It's going to be a really interesting matchup here as the lights turn on at Albertson Stadium. There's been a lot of really good games between these two, as we mentioned, and for this Bronco Rewind, we want to take you back to the one hiccup on Boise State's record against the Lobos. They are 13-1 all time. This is the 15th and likely final time these two will face off. But in 2015, on a cold November night,
similar to tonight,
there was some hiccups on the field.
Bronco Roundup Rewind, sponsored by your local Toyota dealers.
Already, but the 7-3 Broncos welcomed in a team they historically had no issue with on the gridiron. But on that cold November night, it became an infamous one at Albertson Stadium. Boise State, you can see, could not hold on to the ball. Ripping with a couple of interceptions. They put the ball on the turf 4 times in that game. And fortunately, they only gave up just 1 fumble, but 3 picks from Rippon put them in the position of having to play from behind the entire night, which led to this play, the famous hook and ladder, all reliable for the Broncos. They tried to make it work against New Mexico, and this was just a heartbreaking finish. Coming up just a few yards shy of the goal line. But when you turn the ball over 4 times, it doesn't matter who you're playing, you can't expect to win a game.
It's exactly what happened last week against Notre Dame, but that play was more of a heartbreak because it almost worked. You saw the hole on the sideline. Right. You were about 4 yards from absolute glory in one of the biggest comeback victories, but of course they fell short. And this will be the last final meeting between these two. Obviously, we're hoping that doesn't happen again tonight as the breeze is rolling in. It's starting to get a little chilly down here on the field.
Well, and that night, Boise State, they're historically Cinderella and the slipper fit on the Lobos that fateful Saturday night. And the Broncos eaten alive on the blue for the first time by New Mexico. But we dug up the stats that game. This is the part that blew my mind. The Broncos had 641 yards of total offense that game. They ran 113 plays, and New Mexico...
113 plays.
It just baffling. You would think they're going no huddle the entire time, and they turned the ball over 4 times. New Mexico was 0 for 10 on third downs. It's baffling how you lose a game like that, but like we say, any given Saturday, football's a weird sport.
It's just like we talk about the MLB playoffs and how a team can be out-hit, out-coached, out-pitched, but yet they somehow still lose. You're 0 for 10 on third downs in a football game, and you think, oh, Boise State's got to blow them out, right? Wrong. That's not what happened on that cold evening way back when. Obviously, we don't want that to happen again tonight.
Well, it's been a decade since Boise's lost to the Lobos. They're looking to extend that buffer and kind of leave that Saturday night behind them. We do want to give you an update on the injury report. There are a couple of notable names out for the Broncos today, including Devon Banks, who has been a reliable part of that secondary that's been a little bit picked on throughout this season so far.
Yeah, it's maybe not rightfully so, considering where they are ranked 38th.
Right.
The pass defense for Boise State. I think when the passing offense, like you saw at Air Force, kind of gets to the backside of the defense, that's where the questions start coming with the secondary. But hey, they've been doing a solid job. I expect them to do a solid job again tonight with a team that likes to run the ball so much, but also likes to set up trick plays. You got to be very disciplined on the backside of that secondary, and hopefully, with a guy like Jaden Mickey, that happens.
He's going to have to come up and be a star and make up for that absence in the secondary. Senior Brackett Lambie, Chase Martin, and right tackle Paul Schmidt all out tonight. Banks and Schmidt are the only starters on that list, but the Broncos are going to have to make do. Jaden Mickey back in the lineup. That's huge. We remember that scary incident where he left the field. He was carted off against App State. No one was really sure what had happened with Jaden.
Happened right behind us.
Right here, right on a kickoff play. He ran into his own teammate, got into concussion protocol, and the Notre Dame transfer missed that game in South Bend. But he's back tonight. We're glad he's healthy again.
Glad he's healthy. Got to have, a big-time mindset going into this one. You know he wanted to play so bad, being from Notre Dame, going back to South Bend. Wanted to play in that game big time, but hey, he gets a chance tonight to put his stamp on this football game, considering the guys who are out in the secondary for Boise State. He's got a chance to make some big plays alongside the one guy we've been talking about all season in Ty Benefield.
The guy, yeah, absolutely. And of course, returning tonight, the guy that's always open, tight end Matt Lauder.
Matt Lauder.
He's always open. Madsen's favorite receiver, it seems like. This guy, he only has 1 touchdown on the season, but he's a guy that Madsen can find for chunk plays at a time. He's huge on third down, and as we mentioned, he's just excellent with the run game.
That's what you want in a really big-time tight end is it starts with the run blocking, which is not the most fun part of the job.
Yeah.
But hey, when you're opening up holes for guys like Dylan Riley, Malik Sherrod, Gaines as well, that's what opens up the pass for Maddox, creates those chunk plays, makes it easier on third down, and that's what you want. You want your tight end, your safety blanket, you want them to find open spaces and be able to give Maddox easy options, the easy checkdowns instead of trying to force the ball when maybe he tries to get out of the pocket or the pressure kind of builds a little bit.
The easy, oversized receiver down the field who's always open, it seems like. And Lauder, well, I actually got to ask him this. I was wondering, what feels better to you? Do you like getting a touchdown, or does it feel really good to have a big block downfield? He's like, if I can get my running back into the end zone, I'll take that 7 days out of 7. He loves it.
It's the pancake block, right? We had a chance to talk to Cage Casey about the block he had for Dylan Riley's touchdown at Air Force, and that's just one of the best feelings when you get out in that open space and you see a guy who's severely undersized like a corner or a safety and you get a chance to make your mark. Couldn't ask for a better time.
Yeah. Well, we've got the game day guide here for you, too. If you're tired of listening to us ramble, we've got our producer, Carson Cloud, who's just put together the most intricate stats, the storylines that you care about, that you need to know about for this game against New Mexico. Just text BSU to the number on your screen, and you'll have that game day guide sent straight to your phone. He does a really good job every week, and don't take our word for it. Give it a look. He teaches us something every week. He usually has something about the uniform combinations, too, and the records that Boise State is in certain uniforms. It's unbelievable.
I think people don't understand the amount of work that goes into shows like this and goes into, hey, the local news every single day, but also that game day guide. There's a lot of intricacies in there that you're not going to get anywhere else. Very special. Shout out to our guy, Carson.
Yeah. Well, another guy that we've been tracking this offseason, or this entire season rather, has been a guy named Breezy Dubar. And we talk a lot about, you know, the 12 Saturdays a year that these players are judged off of.
52 weeks.
All of these players grinding 52 weeks a year to let it loose on Saturday. Breezy has not had that opportunity. He was a guy that a lot of people expected to be the 1-2 combo punch with Sire Gaines this year to replace Ashton Genty. But Breezy, he battled injuries. He got injured on the first day of fall camp back in late July, and we haven't seen him. 6 weeks into the season, number one has yet to play one snap.
He was able to practice last week, was available, was able to practice this week. I think right now it's just the reality and the hard part with injuries is when you are not able to go out there and perform and the guys in front of you do a really good job, now it's can I break through and get reps in a game and continue to show what I got. So that's kind of where we're at with Breezy. Phenomenal young man, great teammate, and he's been competing to get on special teams and continue to chip away and get a role in offense.
Well, and you heard, he is officially healthy, which is some great news. But one of those unintended consequences of being injured is now you have to fight for your playing time all over again.
Especially when you got the three guys in front of you have been putting up such great numbers, over 5 yards per carry. That's what you want in a running back. And you never want to lose your job to an injury. You never want to, as a coach, put somebody down on the depth chart just because they got hurt. But unfortunately, he's got to get back on special teams. He's got to find a way to prove himself and maybe get some carries. And you kind of talked about it last week. Well, when the rushing game wasn't working, why not just give him a chance, right?
Why not give him a shot? Well, and that's what we might see today. I mean, a lot of those running backs, Sire Gaines, Malik Sherrod struggled to get going, and I know a lot of that was just playing behind the sticks. It was really limited opportunities to run the football.
The first play of the game was a penalty on offense.
Exactly.
First play.
And that really set the tone for the whole night, right? And so maybe we do see Breezy. At this point in time, he's a guy that people don't really have a lot of film on up to this point. He's a guy that you might be able to bring into specialized packages. He's a tough runner. I don't know. If I was a betting man, maybe we see number one line up in the backfield tonight.
Well, you got some great practice footage of him, too, and he looks ready to rock.
He looks healthy. Yeah.
Give him the rock because he's ready to rock, right? He looks ready to go. Breezy Dubar might get a couple of carries, will be on special teams, but hey, one guy that is pretty much earned his position is Chris Marshall.
Oh, yeah.
And what I say with Chris Marshall and what I said earlier today is you got to get your big weapons the football. You can't teach size. And you can't teach hands. Chris Marshall is 6'3", a big-bodied wide receiver who deserves the football. Needs the football for this offense to be successful because when he gets the football, it opens up everybody else. Latrell Caples, Matt Lauder, it even helps the rushing attack. So Chris Marshall is one of those guys that Maddox Madsen has got to find early and often coming up tonight.
Well, and you look at the film here on this guy. I mean, for how big this guy is, you talk about size. He is shifty and fast and powerful. He can box out defensive backs on these back shoulder throws. Look at this one against App State. That's just unbelievable. So if Madsen can find time, if he can get protection and look for number 5 in blue, I feel like it's going to be a winning connection, especially against a Lobos pass defense that is struggling tremendously through 6 weeks at this point.
I think the biggest thing for Chris Marshall, too, and for Maddox is remember that he's so big, so you can just throw the ball up to him. If you need to get this offense clicking, get this offense firing, why not on a 1st and 10 just take a shot? Yep. Take a shot down the field. If you got man coverage and you don't have a safety over the top, they're not playing cover 2, take a shot over the top. The question was asked this week to both head coach Spencer Danielson and Nate Potter, getting Chris Marshall the football.
There's some really good things our receivers did. Like there was more opportunities in that game where they were open and created separation than I initially saw on the field. And I'm proud of that. We got to continue to build on that.
He's always an emphasis, but I think from my perspective, there's always a timing aspect to that. Finding ways to get him involved as soon as I can or in different situations that we haven't yet. I think that's where my primary focus is with him because he does have all the physical talents to go and win against anybody we play. We know that.
Whether or not He will get the football. You really thought at Eastern Washington, when he had a breakout over 100 yards receiving, that was going to be the breakout game that really launches him forward towards my prediction, which was challenging Maddox Madsen for Offensive Player of the Year in the Mountain West Conference. And simply, it just hasn't happened. Under 5 catches in every game this year. It's been tough.
Well, that's one of the frustrating things and remarkable things at the same time about this offense is you'll have a guy like Chris Marshall have a breakout game, and then the next game, he doesn't even touch the football. Somebody else is stepping up and making headlines for the rest of the week. So there's a lot of weapons for Madsen to throw to. Louder, we've got Marshall, Latrell Caples, the running backs when they can get involved. But we'd love to see a guy like Chris Marshall get a little bit more reps. Now, talking about getting Marshall open, they're facing a pretty interesting secondary. Boise State secondary has been criticized pretty heavily this year as well, but not in the eyes of Coach Eck.
Not in the eyes of Coach Eck. Interestingly enough, that was the one specific spot that he mentioned in his press conference earlier this week.
Seen out of Boise on both sides of the ball.
Their defense really stands out to me. I think they're very, very good in the back end. I mean, that's a pretty elite, group of 5 secondary. Big and physical and fast at safety. They will come down and tackle. Very good in man coverage. I think you watch the Notre Dame game, and it's a lot of really covered well receivers, making just nice catches. It wasn't bad coverage.
13th best in the group of 5. That's the pass defense for Boise State. They've gotten a little too much flack. They've got an opportunity, a big-time opportunity to continue to prove themselves as they face an offense that is so run-heavy, but they have such a mixed bag, the Eck effect of trick plays, which is going to test the secondary and test that discipline.
Absolutely. Well, you're starting to see the Boise State players. They traded out their hoodies. They put the pads on, the blue on blue on blue combination. The guys getting loose on the field as Albertson Stadium starting to get a little bit filled up here. Maddox Madsen, the man of the hour, we've been talking all about starting to get loose on the sidelines. He's looking good. Remember, he sustained kind of a knee injury against Air Force the last couple of weeks. Doesn't seem like he's been limping that much. Seems like he's started to recover, and we hope he can get loose and shake off that tough performance against Notre Dame last week.
I think the biggest thing that I love so far just by these warm-ups is the helmets.
The helmets.
The retro logo.
Bringing it back.
We're going to have to ask Jeremiah Dickey about this. I talked to him in Notre Dame. We talked to him in Notre Dame. I asked him. He was wearing that retro logo, and I said, is that what's next? And he's like, no.
I know. You almost spoiled it. But he's like, no, I can't say.
You got to give me something here. Come on now.
I love it. And I think a lot of Broncos fans back in the day, the 80s, 90s, they'll recognize that logo. That used to be right in the center field there, right on the blue turf. I'm loving it. Bringing it back here for homecoming. It's Parents' Weekend. There's been a lot of buzz and energy and a lot of fun tailgating that we saw as we were walking through the parking lot. People are excited for another home game here on the Blue.
Back to Maddox, I want to touch on really quick. I think, he does get a lot of unfortunate criticism from some of the Bronco Nation fans. Obviously, he had one of the worst performances of his career against Notre Dame, but I expect a big-time bounce-back game and at least quiet the haters for a little bit.
Yeah, I think that he's got a team that absolutely believes in him and supports him. That's one of the more remarkable things. They don't quit on each other.
We know his head coach supports him, for
absolutely. And that means the world to Madsen as well. He's got that confidence. He's able to perform. It just is a matter of can he stay consistent. And we'll see tonight. Eck is about to mix it up a little bit, try to shake things up on the Blue.
Yeah, the pressure, right? I mean, if he sees anything about the game script of Notre Dame, when that pressure builds, when you're only able to get pressure with rushing 4 guys, Madsen likes to exit the pocket, maybe gets a little bit of happy feet like you talked about. But Jason Eck, he's going to come with some interesting-looking defenses, trying to confuse him, trying to get him off balance, because you got to do things different when you're on the road, especially in this environment, in Albertson Stadium, in front of a sell-out crowd for the 11th time in a row. These fans are simply incredible, some of the best fans in the entire FBS.
And we're going to talk to Jeremiah Dickey about that here in just a couple of minutes, pick his brain about what it is that's made this such a hot commodity to be here on the Blue. Ashton Genty's long gone, but the show is still right here behind us. This is the place you have to be on the weekend to catch some action. But I do want to talk a little bit about Amarian McCoy. This is a guy that doesn't get a lot of headlines. He's been in the secondary, he's hard-hitting, he's loud on the field, but off the field, he's got one of the nicest hearts that you'll see. We actually caught up with him about one of the nicest things that you'll see all week, helping out a lifelong Bronco fan. Take a look. On an ordinary day in ordinary Boise, longtime Broncos fan Tammy Kagi was running errands.
I had taken a later evening trip to the Albertsons to get some groceries, just a few odds and ends.
And then, a moment many of us have lived through.
I was taking care of my grocery bill and my card wasn't accepting the full bill.
Tammy stood there considering her next move, when quietly standing behind her in line was Amarion McCoy, the fifth-year senior watching the situation play out and deciding to step forward.
McCoy tapped me on the shoulder and said, "Ma'am, I'd like to take care of your bill." That was selfless. It was one of the kindest things that I've had done for me and my family in quite some time.
So then, Tammy called us at KTVB. She says they were so moved by what Amarion did, they're going to start volunteering at a local food bank to pay it forward. So I asked her if she could get one message to Amarion McCoy, what would it be? Little did she know, we were actually going to show that answer to Amarion.
I would like to send you a healthy box of treats when you get in the NFL. Once a year, maybe twice. That's how I'd like to pay it forward to him. I'm very grateful, and I will never forget the day that I met number 7.
I would like to go. I might want to go to the food bank with him. I mean, I just appreciate her just being grateful for me helping her, and I just appreciate her trying to be better as well. I mean, she's still grateful to go out and help everyone, and I feel like she's going to make the world a better place.
To jump in, I mean, where does that come from?
Just coming from a place where I never really had much growing up, just trying to help others is the main thing for me. Just growing up the way I grew up, and I just want to make sure to try to change the world and make it a better place.
And then his message to Tammy and all of you at home.
As long as you show love, everything's going to go the right way for you. I mean, it might not be perfect, but I mean, it should be great for you.
Well, how about that for a feel-good story? Amarion McCoy, man, and JD, you saw this story a little bit. I mean, just this speaks to the character of this team, and especially a guy like Amarion.
What a great reminder, what we're doing in this department, preparing student athletes for life, and it doesn't surprise me whatsoever. We have 360 student athletes like him. And the impact that he has, and to be able to help that family, it makes you so proud to be a Bronco, and it makes me extremely proud to be a leader here.
One of the cooler parts of that story is that family is now here for their first ever Boise State game, here for homecoming, and they get to watch their new favorite player before another sellout crowd. Man, that is just the coolest thing. You can feel the energy building here. How are you feeling tonight?
I'm feeling good. You know, I always get nervous before games, but I mean, you mentioned the crowd. 11 straight sellouts. Like, that's elite. We are bar raisers, and that's the expectation. Bronco Nation, our students are selling out within hours of going on sale. It makes me so proud in the team that we have and the work that's being put into it, and that Bronco Nation is buying into the vision and direction of this program, and it's always what's next.
Speaking of raising the bar, it's been a heck of a week for this university. First, we're going to have a rivalry come here, 2030, Idaho State.
Yeah.
Not necessarily what Bronco Nation wants, but this is a great game for this university, for Idaho State. The opportunity, how did that come about, and how close are we to maybe seeing Idaho on the blue as well?
Yeah, we're going to see Idaho on the blue at some point. It's not if, it's just when. And there's some moving, no, of course. There are some moving pieces to that, and I'm working with them. They're great. They have a great team, and you know, this whole Idaho State, it ties into our overall vision. We are the front porch of Idaho, and that's not taking anything away from them. But we want to provide those opportunities. We want to keep money in our state. We want to provide a fan experience for their people as well. You look at the Treasure Valley, 1 million plus people here. We want to provide those opportunities, and so it just makes too much sense. And obviously we have a rivalry with them, and the fans, you know, I get a lot of feedback on social media in terms of the fans and what they think, but I think it's important, and I really appreciate those ADs and them willing to come here to the blue.
Speaking of fan experience, Banana Ball coming to the blue. I mean, how incredible is that? How did that come about? I mean, I don't think a lot of people expected that, and then when they, you know, the reveal on stage, they had the Boise shirts. They called it the Smurf Turf. Like, I mean, it's just incredible for this university, the city, the state of Idaho. How did that come about?
I'm a broken record. We are the front porch, and we've been working on it for probably 6 months, I guess, among other things, monster trucks, and there's still more that's coming. We will not stop. Nothing will slow down this train. It is always what's next.
Yeah.
It is moving, and you plan the work, you work the plan. And so when you all see announcements like that, we're already on to the next thing. And so there's going to be more, and momentum is contagious. And I'm really excited to welcome them to the Blue. It was great going through that process. Our team, Nate, Cody, Jake Macon, so many others that had a role and played a part in that. But it's amazing, and we're going to continue to drive and utilize this unbelievable facility as we upgrade the north end zone and pivot to the east side of the stadium.
Well, switching over to the hardwood, I know you guys are busy and you've been working for a while to get Extra Mile Arena under the athletics facilities control. What does that exactly mean? Because I think people see that headline, they're like, oh, that's kind of cool, but that has huge implications for this university.
Huge. It was probably the biggest announcement of the week, and I can't thank our interim president, Jeremiah Shin, enough. You know, it goes back to the strategy, and when you look at rev share right now and what we're trying to do, we are stretching dollars as far as we possibly can, and my team needs to create more assets, and so by it coming underneath the athletic umbrella, it opens up a world of opportunity when we look at driving revenue, whether it's concerts, whether it's creating premium space in there, new assets for our BSP partnerships and sponsorships. It's plan the work the plan. And nothing we do is guaranteed, right? But I know that if we give 100% effort and energy towards this and we follow this plan and process, that Epic is attainable, and that is what the goal is, and I'm so grateful for EMA and Lisa and that team. I got to meet with them this week, and they're excited to be on board, and it takes a team. You know, it's not a control thing, it's how do we effectively fund the department, create a sustainable model, and stretch our dollars so we can do more in rev share, which will impact the play on and off, or the play on this field and on the hardwood, and all of our sport programs.
With how busy you guys are, it's like, when do you guys sleep? Yeah. You guys are going all the time.
There's not a lot of sleep, but that's okay. You know, I think I've said on this show before, my wife reminds me, I chose this. I'm addicted to it, and I know I have teammates in the foxhole with me, and they want what's best for our institution and our community, and I will not quit, man. That's just my mentality. It's always what's next.
I want to bring up something, speaking of what's next. We had you on in Notre Dame, okay? Yeah. You were wearing a vest, I don't know if you remember this, yeah, and it had a logo on it. Yeah. And I said, is that what's next? And you said, no, not at all, blah, blah, blah. Look at the helmets they're rocking today. It was what's next.
It was, and I'm sorry because I would have probably told you if I knew. I don't get into what we're wearing, and I have an unbelievable team, and so I apologize. No, I'm glad you did. I haven't even looked at what we're wearing today.
It's the retro logo.
You know, I'm kind of always, I get nervous before games, and I just want us to go out and play hard and compete, and it's that 1-0 mentality. But that's awesome that we embrace that, and maybe it's because of that question you asked me. My team said, hey, let's do that.
It's great. I knew the logo may have been something, but maybe we just didn't quite know.
I know.
Yet.
I was like, that is epic foreshadowing if that's planned out. Like, that's incredible. Well, I want to leave you with the last thought here before we say goodbye. Anything that you want to get out there, any messages, upcoming events, or things you want to hint at coming down the pipe for Boise State?
Yeah, we will sell out 6 games. There's still a few tickets out there for the remaining games. That's important to us. We want to keep this streak going. Basketball is starting, men's and women's basketball. We need to pack the X. That is important for the experience, and it ties into recruiting. And I just want to give a shout out, and I try to always do this. I love you, Bronco Nation. We can't do what we're doing without you. The fact that you believe in me and trust us and have bought in, and we see it play out with our students, with the experience, they're so important to our present and future success. And so I'm really grateful and thank you.
Well, I think the biggest thing for them is what they love is how hands-on you are and how much you're in the community, how much you're on social media, how much you respond to all of Bronco Nation. Yeah. People appreciate that. We appreciate it, obviously,
too. We saw people high-fiving you at the Notre Dame game.
Absolutely. So
it causes some problems sometimes because I am very active, but I think that's important. I represent something bigger than myself. I know I have this title and it still makes me feel uncomfortable. I just love being a part of a team, and I love doing Epic and working towards a common goal that is impactful to all and bring people along in that. And we're going to continue to do that, and Bronco Nation's a big reason why I'm here and why I'm still here. I absolutely love them, and I love this place.
Well, we're happy to have you a part of our team every single week. So
thank you.
We really appreciate you always.
Thanks so much,
Thank
Jeremiah.
you. I appreciate it.
Thank you.
Good luck today. Go Broncos.
All right, we'll see you later. Jeremiah Dickey, athletic director
The man,
for Boise
the myth,
State.
the legend. There
Always
he is.
great to have him on, isn't it?
He's just got so much great perspective. And I really wanted to touch on what I just said. He truly does put his footprint on the community. He responds to people on Twitter, on Instagram, on Facebook. He hears Bronco Nation. He hears what they want.
Yeah.
He hears what the student section that is right in front of us, what they want, how it can be more exciting, how these games can be more entertaining. And it just keeps raising the bar every single week. And what a week it's been for this university.
Absolutely. And we're seeing the Boise State Broncos. They're starting to take the field, warm up a little bit. And this is a lot of excitement. We heard, guys, there's our boy, Amarian McCoy, getting loose on the sidelines right in front. Feels like he knew the camera was on and wanted to say hello to everybody.
It is the silver stripes. How do you feel about the reflector stripes?
I love it. There's like a highlighter effect to it, too. You know, with how much they camouflage with the blue turf, I feel like that's kind of like a cool highlighter effect of like, no, you'll be able to see us, but we don't need the camo effect. We got Chris Marshall on camera there, too, getting warm up. That's your guy. Hopeful for a big night from him, too. Feels like the energy is just different when it comes to night games like this.
It is. It is much different. I mean, the student section, hey, they're in here early. You can see all the fans. They are absolutely packing this stadium. We still got a good amount of time because this one's not kicking off until 8 o'clock, 33 plus more minutes. It's going to be a long night, Mountain West after dark, but this is what it's about. A lot of weird things happen on these night games, and I expect BSU to really come out and prevent those things from happening late, coming out against New Mexico, showing what they're made of, making a statement, and not letting any of this Eck effect that we talk about come here to BSU.
Well, if you're just joining us here, we've got so much that we covered up to this point, but you can get caught up to speed and then more in-depth stats. Just download the Bronco Game Day Guide. Just text BSU to the number on your screen that we'll throw up there for you on this graphic. You'll get all of the information that you need, the in-depth information that you didn't think you needed about this matchup. Produced by our very own Carson Cloud. It's a great piece of information there. There's the number, 321-5614. Now, we were talking about Amarian McCoy. We've also got a couple of other standout defensive players that really need to start shining. One of them, Ty Benefield, has been a stud so far. Still waiting for Jaden Virgin Morgan to really break through this year.
Yeah, you're talking about a guy who had 10 sacks last year. Hasn't really gotten the necessary pressure that maybe he would want or maybe the defensive coaches would want. Listen, this defense, it starts up front, and then Ty Benefield on the backside is a guy who is physical, he's fast, and he really cleans everything up. So if this defense is going to be successful, it starts with those two guys.
And Jadarian Price is still on his feet. Still going. One guy to beat, and he takes him out. Touchdown, Notre Dame.
We did not tackle the way we want to. Those are two really good running backs, and that's not an excuse by any means, but it shows where you're at as a tackling team when you go against really good ball carriers.
That's been the message all week at practice. The Broncos defense knows the standard. And after a game full of flags, missed tackles, and no takeaways against Notre Dame, the response simply has to start now. Jaden Virgin Morgan sets the edge and sets the tone. A former first-team All-Mountain West defender who's recorded a TFL or tackle for loss in 10 of his last 13 games. And he had a sack against App State earlier this year. And behind him, Ty Benefield at safety, one of the top tacklers on the team, a leader in the secondary who plays fast and finishes strong. And if this defense wants to be successful, it starts with these two.
Just knowing that the season isn't over. I mean, we did lose a big game, but knowing that we still have a lot left in the season and just attack every single moment that you get, every single rep that you get each practice.
Regardless of what happens, win or loss, like it's on to the next. And each game that is upcoming, that's the next one is the most important one, obviously, because it's the next game. I'm not looking far ahead at all. Not really worried about what could happen, anything like that. We're just focusing on New Mexico, and that's it.
New Mexico comes to town with a run-heavy offense mixed with a bag of trick plays, and that means this defense will get tested right away. Jaden has to hold the edge, and Ty has to clean up anything that breaks free. And both know they'll have to win their one-on-one battles if this team will be successful. Practice this week has been all about fundamentals. Wrap up, finish, and find the football. For the Boise State defense, it's built on toughness, discipline, and trust. And Saturday is more than just a chance to get back in the win column. It's about getting back to who they are: physical, smart, and relentless.
Talk a lot about that defensive line, the pressure, video game numbers, 55 sacks last year, and just really trying to find their groove. We thought they found it against App State, but it just seems like they ran into a different hurdle, a different kind of beast against Notre Dame.
The biggest thing with that too, right? I mean, I don't want to misconstrue people too much, is that a lot of these offensive game plans, they know that Boise State has a strong defensive front. You talked about it, video game-like numbers, 55 sacks. When that happens, you mold your offensive game plan into getting rid of the football quickly. 1.5 seconds, 2.5 seconds, that ball, the quarterback knows, has to be out or else those guys are coming. Yes, they may not have the amount of pressures and the amount of sacks that this entire team, Bronco Nation, everybody wants thus far. Still a long way to go. A lot of Mountain West games to prove themselves. A lot of time left to really establish themselves as one of the best defensive fronts in the Mountain West.
Well, and part of the benefit that the defensive line had last year is with an Ashton Genty in the backfield, they were often protecting a lead, forcing the other team to have to pass and step back in the pocket, so there was more opportunities. They played a lot of run-savvy teams this year. Air Force, they hit us with a weird asterisk, I guess, throwing the ball as well as they did because no one really expected that, but really, they played a lot of run-heavy teams. New Mexico, not really any different. I think they ran the ball 40 times against UCLA.
I think the biggest thing that with that Air Force game is they wanted to surprise the BSU defense. They knew that the Broncos were going to sell out on the run big time all game long. You got the triple option. We talked about it the entire time. Don't be surprised if New Mexico comes out and throws the football right away. We saw that first trick play against UCLA. Jack Lane takes the snap, tosses it to the wide receiver in motion. He tosses it to another wide receiver, back to Jack Lane for a flea flicker screen pass on the left side. You can't even explain that in words to most people, right? How complicated that is to not only execute, but to call. And so don't be surprised if you see some trick plays right out of the gates. Everybody's going to be tested. The defense has to be disciplined early.
I know we keep talking about how much Eck has changed this program, but the quarterback he brought with him, Jack Lane, I just want to give him the spotlight for a second. Watching him at Idaho, watching him play big teams, this is a quarterback that almost upset Oregon in Austin Stadium last year. They lost by, I believe, 10. He left with a broken collarbone. Tough kid. And we've seen him this year. He takes hits in the pocket. He's not afraid to hold on to the ball until the very last second to try and make a play work. I wonder if we'll see that tonight. Kind of reminds me of Hank Bachmeier when he was playing at Boise State, how he would just hold on to the ball forever, and he would have a pretty sore chin by the end of it because the defensive line was getting into his face. But that's kind of the player Jack Lane is.
Jack Lane is going to have a lot of problems if he holds on to the football tonight. Fun story about Jack Lane. When I was covering Montana State when he was at Idaho, he said in his press conference that the crowd noise of Montana State in Bozeman was not going to affect him. 26,000 people, right? The crowd made sure that they were as loud as they have ever been. Ended up causing about 6 false starts. He turned the ball over 3 times. Idaho lost that football game. It'll be very interesting to see how loud Bronco Nation is. Much bigger, much louder, bigger stadium, blue turf. All of the factors, it'll be interesting to see how Jack Lane handles all of those intangibles tonight.
Absolutely, well, especially for a stadium that's known for getting offenses to back up false starts. I mean, that's pretty much just a given. If you come into this stadium, this crowd is going to get loud. It's a good thing he didn't egg him on, I guess, beforehand. I think he learned his lesson against the Bobcats.
I think Mr. Eck learned his lesson as well.
Yeah.
There's another fun story. We'll just throw that one out there, too. Jason Eck said that before he played Montana State, he said that we really have to attack the Bobcats in the third quarter. Why is that important? Well, fans are allowed to leave and go tailgate. So he said, yeah, the fans aren't going to be in their stands. It's not going to be loud. Well, that game, the fans stayed in their seats. They were as loud as they possibly could be, and Idaho really struggled. So you expect the same thing from Bronco Nation tonight, to be very, very loud and cause havoc for both Eck and for Jack Lane on the field.
It seems like the fans study the film just as much as players might.
They pay attention.
You can't
Everything's live stream. You have to watch what you say. Somebody could take what we're saying right now on this pregame show and use it against us next week. You never know, so you got to be careful what you wish for.
That's right. We might end up on a hyped video. We never know.
We did talk about Maddox Madsen earlier this morning approaching a passing record today. So we'll see. Are you still confident about that one?
I kind of feel, what was that record? It was a 543 yards?
32.
532 yards
I said
by
he'll
Ryan
sniff
Dinwiddie. That was Tom Scott, a vault of knowledge, just had that one in his back pocket. That was set against, I believe it was Louisiana Tech.
Yep.
So your prediction, he breaks that tonight.
I said he sniffs it. You said earlier he breaks
Whoa,
it. You
whoa,
said,
whoa.
yes, and I said, book it right here. Channel 7, KTVB, Jordan Smith says Maddox Madsen will break the passing record. Why? And why did I ask that? Because I said it could be a shootout tonight. You never know. It's a night game.
It gets weird.
Things might get a little weird
It
tonight,
gets weird
so.
after dark. It's the first night game of the season here on the Blue. It's going to be super exciting. True night game. I know they played App State, I think, at 5 o'clock, but it's going to be about midnight by the time this one wraps up. So it's going to be super exciting. We got to get you to the key to the game, though, before we wrap things up here. Key number one, we talked about it a little bit earlier. They've got to keep the laundry off the field. Keep penalties down. This is a team that got hammered over 100 yards of penalties, and that's a third of the offensive production that they produced that day.
The yards, I mean the penalty yards, when you have more penalty yards than rushing yards,
isn't that something?
That's a major issue. I expect it to be cleaned up big time as they try to get the rushing attack going tonight. Key number two, it's got to be get to the quarterback. We just talked about the pressure getting to Jack Lane. The defensive front has to put pressure, has to get the New Mexico Lobos in long third down situations, which will cause them to struggle offensively, and it all starts with that defense up front.
Yeah, and then key number three, the Broncos have got to get that rushing attack reestablished. I know that it was a tough Notre Dame front seven, but a good rushing attack opens up a world of possibilities for Boise State in the aerial attack and takes the pressure off of Maddox Madsen from having to make plays. They are an excellent team when it comes to play action. We've seen them hit louder on some back-end, tight-end screens. We've seen them throw the deep ball out a couple of times. This is a team that can be really dangerous if that run game gets set up. They're going to have to force the Lobos to load the box.
Load the box, and hopefully Maddox Madsen can find his receivers, because the final key to the game, get your playmakers the football. We talked about it earlier with Chris Marshall. You got to find number 5. You got to find number 3 in Latrell Caples, and you got to find Matt Lauder. If you're finding those guys on a consistent basis, you're going to get in short down situations, which leads to a positive running game for the Boise State Broncos. Get your playmakers the football. Last key, key number 4.
All right, well, you heard it here. We're about 20 minutes away from kickoff. Fans starting to find their seats. It's starting to get a little bit louder in here.
It is loud in here.
It's starting to feel like a Mountain West rivalry starting to shape up here. This is exciting.
It is very exciting. Mountain West after dark. This is what it's all about. If either team wants a chance at winning the Mountain West, especially the Broncos, who are looking to three-peat, it starts tonight. There's a lot on the line with this football game. I know it's early in the Mountain West, but both teams have to win this football game if they want to win a Mountain West title.
Absolutely, and that's what Boise State, their eyes still set on a third consecutive Mountain West championship, something they've never done in their 15 years here in the Mountain West. It'd be a great way to salute the Mountain West as they depart for the Pac-12. We'll find out how they can start that against New Mexico in about 20 minutes. Let's get your score predictions here, Austin, before we say goodbye.
Big time bounce back for the Broncos. This one's relatively easy for me. I'd say 42-20. Win by 22 points. The spread, I believe, is 16 and a half, 15 and a half.
Yep.
So I think Boise State makes a statement here. Might be a little tight in the first quarter, but I think they pull away before halftime.
I'm not expecting a defensive slugfest either. I think it might be a little bit closer. I think Jason X got some tricks up his sleeve. I'm going to go Broncos 35. I will say Lobos 24. Okay. I feel like they're going to give them a good fight here on the Blue, but I think Boise State, they are hungry. They are frustrated after that loss. I think they're going to snap back and hopefully make some of those corrections that we talked about. Be a great bounce back win before a great crowd here.
Something we didn't bring up either earlier about Jason Eck. Don't forget, yes, they beat UCLA, but they just lost to San Jose State on the road, a football team that you wouldn't expect to be able to beat a New Mexico team that goes out and beat UCLA, who UCLA beat Penn State. I mean, if so facto, I guess San Jose State is better than all of them?
Right, through the transitive property, I believe San Jose State is number 1. Yeah, and I think that we looked at that as kind of a trap game for the Lobos. I think their eyes might have been a little bit further down the line. San Jose State's a team that barely beat Idaho, so it might have been a team they overlooked if they came into the stadium.
Speaking of trap, this cannot be a trap for Boise State. They got to be focused from the jump, from the kickoff. Very disciplined. We got to look at the discipline early. The penalties cannot happen. I guarantee you, if they have a penalty on their first offensive drive, this crowd is going to let them hear it, and it's going to be a problem. Hopefully that does not set the tone for the rest of the night. We're talking about a big-time Bronco bounce back victory.
Well, the Broncos back in the national spotlight again against New Mexico. It's going to be a showdown here on the Blue. That's going to wrap it up from us here live from the field. Jordan Smith, Austin Parr, any final messages before we say goodbye?
Hey, don't forget about that game day guide. It is intricate. It has everything you could possibly need for the Boise State Broncos. Every matchup, every statistic. You see that number on your screen. Text BSU 208-321-5614. Get that game day guide from our guy Carson, from him to you.
And also send your photos from the games if you were out tailgating, if the parents were crowd surfing in the parking lot, for
homecoming videos.
We'd love to share your game day traditions with us here on the show. And there's a chance to win a free TV, and you can watch yourself on TV. It'd be great.
Nobody wanted to pick me up in crowd surf today.
I couldn't believe it. I know it. Dang, you're just 6'4" and tough to carry around up there.
I wish I was 6'4".
I know. Yeah, you might be a tight end out there tonight. That'd be great.
I might be louder?
Louder.
No.
You could be the next one.
Let's bump the brakes a little bit.
Thanks for being with us here live from the field here. I'm Jordan Smith, Austin Parr. Kickoff 15 minutes away.
Continue with us and watch free now on the KTVB Plus app everywhere you stream.
I know.
You're watching Idaho's News Channel 7. This is the news at 10. You're watching Idaho's News Channel 7. This is the news at 10.
Welcome to this early edition of the Saturday News at 10, and thanks for joining us. I'm Abby Wilt. We are going to get straight out to weather with Audrielle Tackett. Audrielle, we have a first alert weather weekend ahead. What are we expecting?
Yep, coming off of a first alert weather day, another first alert weather day tomorrow. So an action-packed weekend on our hands indeed. Looking at our satellite and radar, there's lots to look at here, but most of that action is happening on the eastern side of the state and far along that southern border, closer to Nevada. So you can see Treasure Valley staying pretty quiet for most of the day today. We mostly saw clouds in the Boise area. West Central Mountains seeing a little bit more activity as we got later into this evening. The white that you're seeing is a little bit of snow. I haven't seen any on our McCall cameras yet, so it may just be falling in some of those higher elevations. But by tomorrow morning, you could be waking up to some snow if you live in some of those mountain towns at about 5,000 feet in elevation or higher. Precipitation totals today have been very minimal. You can see Treasure Valley has not seen any measurable precipitation. Magic Valley has seen a little bit, but still less than 1/10 of an inch of rain in the Magic Valley as well as the mountains. If we look at this low pressure center, it is almost directly overhead. That's going to continue tracking further inland tomorrow. So your Sunday will still have some weather changes and impacts. I'll tell you more about those details in my full forecast ahead.
Well, one woman is behind bars tonight after she pointed a gun at 2 victims in the parking lot outside Costco off of Cole Road. She then parked and walked into the store. 65-year-old Deborah Franklin is now charged with 2 counts of aggravated assault and is booked into the Ada County Jail. And the Coeur d'Alene firefighter who was injured in an ambush shooting is now set to leave the hospital next week. Dave Teisdal plans to move into an apartment with his wife and his children and continue to live in Colorado, where he can keep working on rehabilitation. The CDA Fire Department says the family is hopeful that Teisdale will be able to regain use of his legs. We're wishing him the best as well. Well, Idaho workers' compensation rates will drop by 2.5% beginning at the start of 2026. The Idaho Department of Insurance approved the change after a review by the National Council on Compensation Insurance that looks at claims, wages, and workforce data to recommend rate adjustments. Workers' compensation insurance helps cover medical expenses and lost wages for employees injured on the job. Idaho state leaders say they will continue to work to keep rates stable and affordable for business. And new tonight, more than 200 affordable housing units are coming to the Treasure Valley. Crews broke ground Thursday on a lot in Boise's West Bench, right off of Fairview Avenue. The building is called the Dorado Station Apartments and will be 212 income-restricted apartments. An additional 21 apartments will be dedicated to people that are exiting homelessness as a part of Our Path Home. That's the city's public partnership to end homelessness. Well, Boise County's rugged wilderness attracts outdoor enthusiasts year-round, but when the unthinkable happens, like someone getting injured or lost, a dedicated team of volunteers is ready to respond. Tonight, that team is asking for help. Derica Kay joins us live in studio now. Derica?
Yes, so Boise County Search and Rescue, like you said, Abby, they're all volunteer and all fueled by community donations. And their mission is to find the missing, the stranded, and the injured, whenever they may be in over the 1,900 square miles of backcountry.
When we have patients that are very far out there in the wilderness that we can't get to, or even if they're in the homes and the roads are just blocked, we'll be able to call Search and Rescue to come assist us with those calls.
Boise County Search and Rescue recently launched a GoFundMe campaign, hoping to raise enough money to buy 2 thermal imaging binoculars. They say that's a critical tool in responding fast, especially in the freezing months ahead.
The winter time is usually the worst time for search and rescue. Last year, I think there were probably about 13 people that they went out and helped.
The search and rescue team says thermal binoculars can help them spot heat signatures. In other words, these kind of goggles help find people by showing their body heat, even if they're hiding or can't call for help.
Sometimes it's someone that's missing and we just don't know exactly where they are. So we need to take every step that we can to find these people.
The volunteers respond to dozens of calls every year, many being Treasure Valley residents who come to the mountains to ski, hike, camp, or hunt.
Usually if we go to find somebody in the wilderness, we have grid coordinates, and as long as they stay where they're at, we can find them and get them extracted.
Last year, the team says they spent more than 1,000 man-hours dedicated to rescues in Boise County. Besides tools, they also need survival gear.
We want to be able to get cold weather sleeping bags, tents, headlamps, tools to be able to spend the night in the forest if we need to.
If you plan to head out to the backcountry for recreational purposes, Search and Rescue urges everyone to let someone know where you're going and when you're coming back. And if you get lost, stay where you're at.
When you do get a hold of somebody, stay put, because we will come to the coordinates that we got. And then if you're not there, then that's where we're going to need our binoculars to start searching for you.
To donate or learn more, visit their GoFundMe page or contact the Boise County Sheriff's Office. Abby?
And Derica, you learned that over in Boise County, resources are stretched so thin, and that's why the Search and Rescue Group was established 4 years ago. Is that correct?
Yes, that is correct. The volunteer group told me that the Sheriff's Office doesn't have enough resources or the manpower to respond to all of the rescue calls that they get. The nonprofit group, however, does consist of volunteer military veterans and certified EMTs, and they're asking more people in the community to join. And you don't have to have any experience. They will provide the training for you. More information will be at KTVB.com.
All right, thank you, Derica. Well, still to come tonight on this early edition of the News at 10, someone special in our community is retiring. It's one of our four-legged friends who serves an essential purpose. Plus, it is Bronco game day. The game started about an hour ago on the Blue. We'll get you a score update. We'll be right back. In Tennessee tonight, officials say it looks like there were no survivors in a massive explosion at an explosives plant. At least 16 people are dead as of tonight. Accurate Energetic Systems is a privately owned facility that processes ammunition and explosives. The company says thoughts and prayers are with anyone affected by the incident.
They hugged those people for the last time, and they didn't know.
Investigators are now processing the half-square-mile debris field that they say remains extremely volatile. Officials say figuring out what caused the blast could take days or weeks, but there is no known threat to the public as of tonight. Well, today marks day 11 of the federal government shutdown. President Donald Trump announced today his administration has found money to pay the military. The president said service members will receive a paycheck on October 15th. A spokesperson for the Office of Management and Budget said the funds to pay the military will come from research and development money in the Pentagon's budget. That money is available for 2 years. The president had previously promised service members would still be paid during the government shutdown. And that ongoing shutdown will soon hit several federal workers' paychecks, and many employees are expected to receive a partial paycheck this week. But if a spending deal isn't passed by lawmakers soon, many of those workers will go unpaid. The gridlock in Washington is also hurting air travel as many major airports face worker shortages. CNN's Jen Sullivan explains the impacts it's all having on the economy.
Let's save some for the next people, okay?
Katie Frazier is with her young son, grabbing food for their family of 6.
So tuna's really easy for us.
But this isn't a grocery store. It's a food bank for military families in Virginia. As the government shutdown that started October 1st drags on, many military personnel will soon go without a paycheck, leaving many like Frazier unsure how they're going to feed their families.
We're a one-income family.
She says her husband gets paid every 2 weeks.
If we don't get paid after that, it can start to become a real stressful situation, a real struggle. So,
Roughly 1.4 million federal employees have been furloughed or are working without pay. The Trump administration started layoffs on Friday and warning more will come.
It'll be a lot, and we'll announce the numbers over the next couple of days.
The Trump administration says they will allocate funds to continue paying troops. The shutdown is also causing staff shortages at major airports across the country. Air traffic controllers and transportation security agents are considered essential employees and are required to show up for work. But they're not getting paid.
People call out because they physically cannot come to work because they don't have the financial means to continue to go to work.
The Federal Aviation Administration says 12 facilities that guide planes were short-staffed Friday. The industry trade group Airlines for America saying, quote, it is safe to fly, but ATC staffing shortages strain the system and cause flights to be spaced out, slowing down everything. In some cases, flights may be delayed or even canceled. I'm Jen Sullivan reporting.
Create better conditions for people.
The first phase of President Trump's peace plan is underway to put an end to the war in Gaza. The Israeli military announced yesterday that a ceasefire is now in effect. Under the deal, Hamas has 3 days to locate and release all remaining hostages, 20 that are believed to be alive and 28 bodies. The group is also expected to eventually give up power. President Trump says he's confident the agreement will hold and that it will help Palestinians rebuild. Both Israelis and Palestinians are celebrating the deal, not as a victory, but as a moment of relief after so much loss and suffering.
Despite of the bombing, despite of the loss, I feel happy actually, because we still survive. Palestinians deserve life, and nothing but happiness is appropriate for them.
The White House says President Trump will travel to Israel on Sunday. He plans to address first to Jerusalem and then on Monday travel to Egypt to take part in the signing ceremony of the Gaza peace agreement. He also plans to meet with other world leaders, but those details are in the final stages. The president is expected to return to Washington by early next week. Well, still to come on the news at 9, we have had a crazy couple of days with weather, hot, cold, raining, so we will have a full check of the weather and what to expect for the rest of our week with Audrey Altaque right when we get back. We have a traffic alert for you. Starting Monday, a portion of Amity Road will be closed for underground utility work. The closure will be between Linder Road and Meridian Road. The road's expected to be reopened by Friday, October 24th, so in about 2 weeks. Lake Hazel Road can be used as a detour during the closure.
Here's a live look outside at Redfish Lake up by Stanley. This looks like snow actively falling up at those high elevations right now, 6,500 feet, so very high up there. But if you're in any higher elevation mountain towns, you could be seeing some snow tomorrow morning, potentially. Now, any snowfall that we do see, we're not expecting it to stick around super long, but it does seem like it is falling at this point. Tomorrow will still be another first alert weather day because you could likely see some impacts. Treasure Valley wasn't significantly impacted today in terms of precipitation. The biggest impact we had was those big temperature drops, but that brisk air is going to linger through tomorrow. We could see a little bit more of a cool down, as well as those scattered showers that we can't completely rule out. They could roll through the valleys, and then they're more likely in the mountains because central and west central mountains will likely be the areas most impacted by any wet weather that we see tomorrow. Again, those snow levels will continue to drop to about 5,000 feet overnight tonight. This is the temperature change compared to 24 hours ago. Boise down 12 degrees, Ontario down 15 degrees, Mountain Home down more than 20 degrees, similar area in the mountains. But look at the Magic Valley. Twin Falls is almost down 30 degrees since this time yesterday. So that cold front really just made temperatures plummet throughout the day today. Looking at our futurecast for precipitation, you can see a few spotty showers making their way through, but overnight things could potentially become a little bit more widespread, so we still could have some wet roads in the Treasure Valley tomorrow. In the mountains, though, things stay a little bit more consistent. Showers, rain or snow, or a wintry mix of both are still going to be scattered, but they stay more consistent through the day tomorrow, lasting all of Sunday, even overnight into Monday. So your Monday morning commutes could still be damp in the mountains and the Treasure Valley if we still see those showers come through overnight tonight and tomorrow overnight into Monday morning. Now, snow potentials could vary. This model here suggests that central mountains, west central mountains could see 1 to 2 inches. Some models should suggest that there could be as much as 4 inches of fresh snow by Monday morning. That could be on the more exaggerated end of things, but it's a possibility. Here's our high temps for tomorrow. 56 degrees in Boise. We saw the low 60s today. Likely not going to warm up as much tomorrow as our temperatures will continue to fall a little bit. Spots like Stanley and McCall only looking at low 40s for the high for tomorrow, so it will be a brisk day around the region. Winds are going to die down even more tomorrow, so they don't seem too concerning at this point. But if you're curious what the rest of your work week will look like, we have more precipitation chances on the way, especially peaking Wednesday with a 70% chance of showers in Boise. Still a first alert weather day tomorrow. Your plans may be impacted by Monday, looking at the upper 50s, hopefully low 60s for high for Boise on Tuesday.
Well, it was a special morning at Morris Hill Cemetery in Boise today. The Daughters of the American Revolution Pioneer Chapter dedicated new memorials for 36 veterans. This is the third and final phase of the multi-year project. Visitors were invited to view the new memorials, which were designated with flags. And after 8 years of service, ISP's K9 Callie is retiring. She joined ISP in September of 2017 and since then has been a crucial member of the team. She was deployed 618 times and assisted in arrests of 186 people. Her work led to finding firearms, marijuana, cocaine, fentanyl, and U.S. currency. She will now live with her original handler for her retirement. We hope she gets lots of rest, lots of treats and cuddles after her long career. K9 crew is now joining the team to replace her. And right after the break, we will get a look of how the Broncos are playing tonight on the blue as they take on New Mexico. We'll be right back. Well, it is Bronco game day. The Broncos are playing New Mexico as we speak. Kickoff got delayed a little bit. It started about an hour ago at 8 p.m. And let's get a check of the score now. It is homecoming weekend. The score looks to be 17-14. So still a little bit of a tight game, but BSU is still in the lead. We'll be wishing them the best, and we will be rooting them on from KTVB. Well, Saturday in South Bend, the Broncos lost the battle. Flags flew. Penalties piled up, and Boise State came up a little bit short. Boise State racked up 13 penalties for 112 yards. The Broncos turned the ball over 4 times and couldn't force a single takeaway. Offensively, they moved the ball for 315 total yards, but you can't win when you beat yourself with flags and turnovers. If this team wants to win another Mountain West title, the flags have to go.
Every single penalty we look at to see why did it happen, and then what are we teaching? What are we teaching? Are we missing stuff? Because what we control as coaches, this isn't mythological, right? We control our meetings and our practice. That's what we have with our players. So if there's an issue, tackling gets brought up, penalties get brought up, we have to find a way, Prater, in meetings and practice to get it fixed. False starts. What are we missing? Are we not teaching something the right way? Are we not drilling it the right way in practice? Or is it a performance anxiety? Then we got to turn the heat up more in practice so when I get in the game, I'm not acting out of character.
Well, Danielson says it's about accountability, and as they play right now, those mistakes need to be fixed fast. Yellow flags have to disappear if Boise State wants to get back to playing championship football. And on Thursday, Boise State released their weekly availability report for this weekend. The players included as out for tonight's game include Devon Banks, Sincere Brackett Lambie, Chase Martin, and right tackle Hall Schmidt. Banks and Schmidt are the only starters on the list. Well, if you want to look at more stats between the Broncos and the Lobos, you can text that number on your screen right now. That's 208-321-5614. We'll send a link to the game day guide to your phone where you can find all of that information and more. And do not forget, our sports team, Jordan Smith and Austin Parr, will be on the Blue tonight for a post-game show that will be directly after the game. We'll have that on KTVB+. They will have all of the highlights after tonight's game. We'll be right back after this break. Well, check this out. A giant pumpkin grown in Wisconsin is headed for a global competition. Take a look at this. It's 2,551 pounds. It may just be the largest pumpkin ever. Farmer Jim Ford grew the pumpkin in Fond du Lac and is taking it to Minnesota this weekend for a competition to see if it's the heaviest. I know I could not pick that one up. I wonder how they're getting it to this competition. Ford currently holds the state record in Wisconsin. As for how he's able to grow huge pumpkins, he says the key is to grow it early and keep it healthy.
Being a giant pumpkin grower has made me be a better grower of anything I grow. I could grow a better petunia because I'm a giant pumpkin grower. It's just like a little baby. We don't want them too hot. We don't want them too cold. We want them just right. Whatever this pumpkin wants, when it wants, it gets it.
That is a good attitude to have. That is one lucky pumpkin there. Now, if you are curious, the world record is 2,819 pounds for a pumpkin. That was set just last week. And while Ford acknowledges he likely won't break the world record, he says it's still possible. Well, we are going to get one more check of our weather. After that, we've had a crazy weather weekend.
Yes, first
Almost
alert
crazy
weather
as that
weekend.
pumpkin.
I know. Imagine carving that pumpkin. That would take years. But weather for the rest of your weekend could be impacted, especially in higher elevations. Treasure Valley could get a little damp over the next couple of days, maybe impacting your morning commutes to start the work week. But high of 56 tomorrow. It'll be a cool day. Make sure you layer up and wear your jackets. See you next time.
See you next time.
Continue with us and watch free now on the KTVB Plus app everywhere you stream.